All right. um, Hello everybody. How's it going? Um, just making sure all the things are booted up and YouTube isn't doing weird things. Um, so we've got the start of the distillation base and extension. I've done a bit of work on these to try to get them, I try to get them basically ready for the pie filler, right? The pie crust is done. Right, most of the miscellaneous things are in. There's a couple things here and there, but most of the standard, like this machine and this machine and this machine and this machine, I'll get them. Nothing like recipes or that's the pie. That's the pie filling is all the meat and potatoes that go into what makes a machine, like what makes it do the thing that you want it to do. And this example is particularly tough because this machine, unlike everything else, is going to have multiple components, multiple parts, right? The distillation base is, a very simple, sort of straightforward thing. But then you start adding the extensions and we get some weird, we get some different behavior. So basically what we want to do here is get it to get some of the filler in. I've got a lot of stuff in here that's just for like basically it's not stuff that you could put in like a base class because it's still needed, not universally, like the fact that this has two different tanks, right? So we have fluid capacity. Well, not every machine is going to have fluid, right? So you can't really put this in a base class to give to everybody because it's specific to blocks that have fluid. And so little things like that are special to a certain machine, but for the most part, I have all the functions in here that are needed, at least to get it usable in the game. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's because I'm talking and my breathing is all discombobulated. So I've got a little bit of code in here already for finding the extensions, figuring out how many extensions we have, keeping track of all the block positions of all the extensions, because we are going to need a way of grabbing those extensions to put fluid into the inventories of those extensions, right? So the base is going to have an input tank, an item output, and a fluid output, just one. So that's a very simple input output. That's a very simple set. But with the extensions, each extension has its own tank. And we're going to be able to change the recipe where you're going to have up to 6 of these being able to be built on a base, which means the recipes you're going to be able to customize for anywhere from 1 to 7 outputs to a recipe. And the thing that dictates that is not is not choosing a recipe, with a drop-down box. The way you determine which recipe is being used is how many extensions you have built. And that will dictate not only the recipe that's used, but also how much power is being drawn and stuff like that. And so it's a more interactive and like physical reference to what recipe is being made, depending on how big it is, because every new extension, right, is more. It's more cost of materials. So maybe you don't have the iron and steel to make the whole thing. You can just shrink it down and use a smaller number, being a little bit more being inefficient with the recipe, but at least getting started. So you can actually start making power on a large scale. Because that's kind of the name of the game for MBs here at any rate, is beefier power. Okay. So yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff in here. It's kind of minimal. The same with the extension. The extension is even more minimal. It's really bare bones. Oh God, there I go again. Jesus, I don't know why I yawn like that. I got to work on my breathing exercises or something. So we have. So the base can find the extensions. Well, the extensions need to find the base. And the extensions are going to be a little bit more freeform, right, in how they find the base. The base going, it's going to start at its base, and it's going to jump up, and it's going to look above the core of the base. And it's going to go above and above and above and above, and it's going to see how many cores are directly above that block position, because they're going to be built right on top of one another. The very first time it experiences an air block or rock or soil or anything like that, the first time it hits something that it doesn't expect, it stops. It's just says, that's it. That's the height. That's where we're going. It doesn't look up any further. Well, the base block ignores all of that. And it is looking down, because when I was coding it, I wasn't sure when a chunk loads in, right? A chunk loads in, it's got a bunch of, let's say it's got a base and a bunch of extensions on it. Those extensions can be initialized in any order, right? The one on top could initialize first, and then the one on the bottom could initialize next, and then a couple in the middle, you take your pick. So not knowing how the game initializes blocks, is it bottom to the top? Is it bottom left to right? So not really knowing how a base or a chunk sort of processes the initialization. A chunk in this game is 32 by 32 by 32 blocks. It's a cubic chunk. So an entire distillation tower would theoretically be able to fit. Okay. I think we calculated like 22 blocks or something like that, max height. But that's assuming you're building the base at the very bottom of a chunk, which is highly unlikely. So the odds this thing crosses the vertical chunk boundary is pretty high. So I wanted to make sure that when I'm looking both ways, because if the base is looking up, it's not going to encounter an air block, even if those blocks are not initialized yet. It's not going to encounter that. They'll be loaded, they'll be there, but they themselves won't have the initialization call yet. The lap goblin is on the floor staring at me. It's unnerving. You just stare at me for like 20 minutes straight. Lap goblin. So when it's loaded and initialized, I basically just, hey, the extension just goes down and is like, where is the base? Until it hits mantle, and then it stops and is like, I couldn't find it. Like, it's nowhere. But the base looks up and goes up to the world height. So at the worst case scenario, you could have a line of blocks up to the build height of the world, and it's going to look at every one of those. Right? That's the worst case scenario. Somebody would have to physically do that, though. Because if it's rock, it's soil, it's clay, it's even forest floor, it's gonna stop before it ever gets that high. So, so we have a basic system here. We have the base and we have the extensions, and I think I got him to the point where it was they were more or less ready for the filler, the pie filler. The message just vanished. I didn't do anything. Well, what was the message? I don't even think any moderators are in the chat. So whatever you typed, it was YouTube that didn't like it, not me. Yeah, YouTube is censored. Surprise, surprise. It wasn't me that did that. I don't have any special settings or anything. It's chat. Like what? And Merzak, how's it going? Welcome back. Okay, so the on-sim tick. This is the whole reason a thing like this exists. The extensions are not gonna simulate. The extensions are just kind of there, and they're gonna be like, hey, I'm a tank, and that's basically what they're for. They're just a receptacle for the fluids from the base. That's all they're there for. So we need to think about like the recipe that the distillation tower needs, which we have several recipes that we can look at as examples, right? We have all of these: crusher, extruder, grinder, all the things. Up until now, all of our multi-blocks, well, most of them have been like the pump jack, just pump stuff. The drill derrick is a very basic, like place well casing, pump fluids, place well casing, pump fluids. So there was no recipe to be had there. And the pump jack again explicitly interfaces with the fluid source block, so that's a non-issue. So yeah, this is gonna be a unique recipe, to say the least. I should not be yawning. I went to bed early last night. Got a lot of sleep. Maybe that's why I'm yawning. I got too much sleep. So yeah, the on-sim tick. This is fairly straightforward. Based on the recipe choice is going to be based on the number of extensions and the input fluid. That's basically what it is number of extensions and input fluid. I get I really wish I would have caught what that guy said. I really wish I would have. It's bothering me that he claims that he typed something that was taken away. I mean, criticize all you want. I look forward to the pull request. I just cleaned this place, and there's just clumps of cat hair just randomly. I need to like take all the stuff off my desk and then clean the desk. That would be a nightmare, though. 3 different monitors. Oh, no thanks. So on SimTick, this is the primary machine thing that ticks, right? This is the thing that processes the recipe, that makes the things. This is the primary logic, right, of the block. And I added an is built not parameter, but field that is part of the base class for the block entity. Right here is built. So base.block.variant of state equals built, right? So it's a very simple check, but I wanted something that is like, hey, are we built? We only want to process if we're built. We don't want to process recipes or anything if we're incomplete. Those are the 2 different states, incomplete or built. I could add another one that was like built snow, to get like the snow effect on a machine. But that's like that's a pretty upgrade, and I'm more concerned with functional right now than pretty. Okay, so yeah, that's the gist of the is built. Everything else in the base class is pretty generic. Oh yeah, and I added this activate core. So I needed a way for the distillation base, right? I needed a way to trigger something, trigger a check in the machine to dictate, like to be called when like the multi-block is formed, right? Because when you place the core, it's the same block entity. So when you place the core, the block entity is created, right? The block entity is created. Just this code here is instituted, right? The tick listener is created. The machine effectively is going the moment you place the core, but it's incomplete, right? It's not a fully formed machine yet. So you don't want to actually treat it as a fully formed machine. Otherwise, the core would be running just like a normal machine would, right? It would be expecting power and all of that. So I want to ensure that to actually make it act like a machine that's got power needs and input and it's got recipes, that it needs to be built. So in order to capture that, what I do is basically on the multi-block code, the multi-block structure, when a multi-block is built, like when it's formed or when it's broken, I call the block, the core block, right? This is the core of the machine, the block that is the core. And I have an activate, right? I override. Activate is actually a base block call, right? It's built into the game. right? So activate is part of a block class. Very, very like top level. Like block is the first block derives all the block, like everything. So at somewhere in this block hierarchy, the base game block exists that defines the activate. Ow. Claws in the feet. And the lap goblin has arrived. So I'm like, hey, I'll just use this call. So when you form a multi-block, it grabs the block, it grabs the core block, and it just calls activate. It's like, hey, just activate. And I pick that up here because the core of a multi-block is this block, right? So I override it, and I'm like, hey, grab the block entity at our position and activate the core, right? Activate ourselves. Now, I'm probably going to have to encode the position in the block selection object to be the core, because I don't think it is. It's whatever block. Yeah, it's whatever block that you interacted with to form it. So it would be like the interaction block. So the block selection position is not going to be right. Oh, you're all bound up with the wire. Yeah, the purrs have started. Yeah. For some reason, she just demands attention on stream. She was in my lap for hours yesterday while I was working on this. Just sitting here clacking away, and she's just in my lap. Lap goblin. Okay. So yeah, I just realized that block selection position is not going to be set right. And this would be in swap blocks. So is complete. Where's all my new code? Ah, there it is. Okay. The purrs are hard to they're hard to resist. So yeah, I pass in the selection here. But the problem is the position of the selection is not going to be where the core is. Yeah. There's a purring lap goblin in my lap, and it's very, very hard to avoid. So I am going to have to ensure when I pass in the selection that the um how would I just do a do that. Change the position to the core. Yeah. Cat. I don't know what she does, but okay. And then this is also called down here. And then there's the core. All right. That should avoid that bug. That would have failed. The activate call would have been pointing to, you know, the interaction block or something. Because that's the block selection. When you trigger, right, even when you break a block, right, you're not looking at the core. When you break the multi-block, I should say. When you break the multi-block, you're not looking at the core. So I have to grab the core and pass in the core to the activate call as the selection. I can keep like the face and all of that, but the actual selection needs to, you know, for this call itself, needs to be passed in as the core. Okay. Yeah, because I noticed when I grabbed the position of the block selection here, and I was like, that position is not going to. It wouldn't ever be the core. So yeah, I wanted to fix that before I forgot about it. But that should be fine. Okay, let's think about a recipe here. I am going to need recipe creosote oven. And I'm going to turn that into a float. We're going to move it over to a different monitor. And then we are going to add a new recipe distillation tower. Kind of a long name. I haven't added a recipe to the game. to the mod in a long time. Well, let's see. What? A lot of, these recipes a lot of these are going to be very standard. Okay. Luce, why do you do that? Huh? She lays in my lap and she just like almost like digs her way down off the little pad that I use in order for her to lay down. It's so weird what she does. It's really distracting though. She's like digging with her paws into my leg. It's weird when she does that. Okay. Temperature, like I was playing with the idea of including like a temperature thing with the tower because of course like distillation has everything to do with temperature. So like having it ramp up temperature, so it doesn't just instantly start crafting. You'd when it would turn on, it would ramp up to temperature and then craft when it hits temperature. But it's like the difference there is at most a few seconds would be the difference, and of course that would be a few seconds of power drain and all of that. And then the more extensions you have, the higher the temperature, right? The temperature range would go up. But right now, I'm in a mode of like, let's get it working. Let's get it functional. And then, we can talk about or debate the ins and outs of like how nitty gritty it could be. But I want to get it functional first. Getting it usable and functional in the game is a higher priority for me. So let's grab these. Grab that. JSON object. That is the Vintage Story API. Data structures. I don't know why they named their classes identically to the base. It's really frustrating because the system doesn't know which I want to target because they're named identically. So it's like I need it to point to the Vintage Story API, not to other objects. Okay, and then we're taking these. Should be in liquid slot. Yep. Watertight container props. Okay. And then a lot of these function calls are just standard recipe like calls. But they have to be, for some reason, they can't be in a base class or something. They have to be in every single class, because there are cases where there are really subtle differences in how you want to validate things. And I know in 1.22 they've done some work optimizing this process. So I'll be curious to see what they've done. They've also done a lot of work on the recipe system itself. When I first started doing the recipes for all the machines, there was really no way of adding recipes to the base game. The recipe system was locked down. But I think they've done some work on like a recipe system that, like, I could have defined all my recipes with their recipe system now. But that wasn't the case, 3 years ago when I built this system. There was no real way. Like the recipe, the loading of all the recipes was kind of hard coded. There were, the object that loaded them was just defined all the recipes, and it was just like, here are the grid recipes, smithing recipes, blah 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 blah. There was no room. There was no way to like say, hey, here's no more recipes. But I think they've done some work on that. Let's do pair input next. Is this? No. This. Some of these calls are just rough. This one is rough. The pair input. Because it has to literally iterate through everything. Everything in the game. So I'm going to be interested to see what optimizations they've done in this realm. For some reason that bracket didn't. I need to use the bathroom. Stupid coffee. All right. Sorry about that. I know the coffee's going to hit me. I just don't know when. Okay, so we have the pair input. Yeah, these are just literally things that like match. Hey, there's a slot. Is this an ingredient? There's the input stacks. It's just like, hey, does this stack, like what, how do these stacks, or how do these slots match to ingredients, right? It's a crazy little algorithm that, because you don't know the order the stacks are in, you don't know the order the crafting ingredients are, and so it's just like, how do you organize that? How do you know like what slots are what? And it's so nasty, the recipe system. So we have a clone. This is a function that's used a lot. Recipe distillation tower. The temp we're going to get rid of, for now at the least. Recipe distillation tower. Because this is basically going to be input, just a singular input fluid. And a number of extensions. That's essentially what it's going to be. And the number of extensions is literally just extra item slots for output. Right? Recipe variable outputs.length, crafting recipe. Oh yeah. So VE recipe. So I had to roll my own object for recipe outputs because the game does not allow for recipes that output more than one thing. So this is why I had to kind of roll my own recipe system. One of the base reasons is the base game does not allow more than one item output. Right? You can have any number of item inputs. Like think of a grid recipe, right? Up to nine different things in a grid recipe. But there's only ever one output. And so the recipe system is built around that. Smithing, all of that stuff is built around a singular recipe output, where my recipe system is not locked down like that. You can have not only more than one output item, you can also have a variable number of outputs, right? So you can have an output that has a randomness to it. I'm going to output between, 4 and 8 metal bits, right? Between 4 and 8 metal bits are going to be output. And it decides that when it calls that rand function, it's like, hey, what do I output this time? What do I output this time? And so it's not a set amount. And again, it's not something you can do in the base game. So I had to roll my own variable output for that. And so that's what enables that behavior. So requires, a lot of these requires variance. A lot of these are for, basically like attributes. They're custom, basically like custom flavor to each recipe. So like the extruder recipes, right? The requires on that would be a die cast. Okay, and the requires variance is just like, is this the steel? Is this the titanium? Is this a tin bronze die cast? That's a requires variance. So it just allows you to specify the variance of something that's required. But the requires is a little add-on. Like, what does this need? So the metal press uses it for the press mold. The extruder uses it. So, and I believe the sawmill uses it for the saw blade. I'm pretty sure the sawmill uses it. So, but but you don't have to use it. You know, a machine, like I have plenty of machines that don't require it at all. So it's not a required thing. Power per craft, that's kind of what dictates how slow something is. But okay, how do we define? Let's finish this. Let's finish this file first. Oh yeah, the most important function call. Actually, the most important two function calls. Resolve and get name to code mapping. These are actually the meat and potatoes of how all the things get matched up. Resolve actually resolves. It takes a string code from the recipe, whatever that code may be, and it resolves it and it maps it to an actual in-game item, right? Item or block or fluid or whatever it is. It maps it directly to it. So we need to remove these. Okay. And again, I really should like make a static version of this that is like, hey, just call it from anywhere, because it largely is unchanged. For every recipe has a copy of this, and I don't like repeating code like this. So it makes sense to me to make a version that's just like, hey, you just have one of these and you just call it and you just pass it whatever you need, right? You don't need to have multiple copies of the same function. You just create a version that everybody can use. But yeah, the setting here, codes, right? Mappings and return mapping. So it's like, yeah, this could easily be merged or moved into a static function. But I want to see in 1.22 what was done to optimize these, because I've read in the patch notes that a lot of optimizations in the recipe side have been made. So I want to see what those do before I make any major decisions here. Okay, so now we have from bytes and to bytes. These are needed for the interface. Because yeah, when it converts these into bytes, it is able to compress the data quite a bit. So it is what it is. So we have ingredients, we have outputs. Now we need, so VE creosote oven. This is going to be distillation recipe. And this is passed in case it errors. If it errors, it'll print this in the log file, right? So that's just kind of how you have to do it. But yeah, the resolve, these are like JSON things. I just want to make sure that the creosote oven, nothing else from the creosote oven leaked into this process. Okay. So Now that we have the skeleton here, let's verify that we don't have any red squigglies up here, so that's good. But now we need basically to be able to control what recipes are found, because essentially what this is going to do, this code essentially loads the recipes into the system, right? We haven't really processed any of the code yet that actually determines which recipe is which. That's down here in like matches. So this call here is what matches ingredients and requires slot. So this is essentially the function that we're going to need to determine which recipe is which, because we're going to need in here the number of extensions, right? How many output slots do we have available to us? That's what's going to dictate. Instead of like the ingredient, of course, the input fluid is going to dictate the category of recipes. Are we looking at crude oil processing for distillation, or are we looking at like alcohol processing? Because the distillation is distillation. You'll be able to input honey into this if you want to, if you made a recipe for it. But the ingredient is going to determine, all right, that's the category of recipes we're looking at, right? We're going to be limited by the ingredient for sure. But also like how many outputs do we get? And we're not using outputs as a variant of things. We're using outputs as this is the number of outputs that we have available. Therefore, limit your recipes by that. So, how do we want to store that? I think in the requires, we'll probably have num extensions, right? We'll have some requires code in the attributes. Or we'll just have it to be an attribute. I include the attributes here specifically because item attributes. Oh no, that's not right. Let's see, where is I load in the attributes in somewhere. Get name, clone, here we go. We have attributes, yeah. Where do I load those in? From bytes. Yeah. So we have the 2 bytes here. If attributes not equal null, writer.write. So the first thing that's written is attributes is not equal null, right? That's a Boolean value. Attributes is not equal null. And then if it's not null, write the attributes. Then it comes in here and it reads reader.read Boolean, right? This is reading, hey, is it null? Right? If attributes is not null, means it wrote true. Attributes is not equal null. So if that's true, then read the string. That is, it's probably a null delimited string or something. It's just the attribute tree of the attributes. It's a very basic system. But yeah, the from bytes and 2 bytes is very, very specific in the order. You have to write them right, in a certain order, and then you must read them in the same exact order. And every byte must be accommodated, or must be accounted for. It's one of those, like, we have to be very, very, very careful. So yeah, this one has the requires variance. I'm not anticipating that, but requires it. Yeah. I go yawning again. Jesus. How are we going to inject number of, so like outputs, right? Resolve. I think it's in the resolve. So let's do a custom one here. No, let's not fat finger weird keys, please. Public int num extensions. Number of extensions, i.e. outputs. This let's not capitalize weird words. This recipe requires. Okay. Number of extensions, i.e. outputs, this recipe requires. The trailing spaces, the ongoing trailing spaces is a brutal. I still haven't found a way to do it. Every time I Google it, it's saying the there's an editor somewhere in here. Yeah, editor config. Do an editor config. It's in there. There's a tag in there. Editor config. There's not a tag in there for trimming trailing spaces. There's not. So I'm like, okay, well, what else you got? So num extensions, number of extensions outputs this recipe requires. So when we go into resolve, okay, let's go to resolve, because the resolve is what when it loads the recipe in, right? It loads the text, right? The JSON text. Then it runs a resolve, and it resolves the recipe, right? So the ingredients, yeah, you have the text from the recipe file itself, but the resolve is what matches those to an actual in-game thing, right? The code is all bound together, right? It's the thing that ties everything together. So the resolve is called when it loads in the recipe, loads in the text, populates all the things, right? And then it puts it out. So in the resolve here, we want to do int num outputs, well, num fluid outputs equals 0. And then this dot outputs dot resolve. So yeah, this is if this dot outputs of I dot is Resolved item stack. Oh, come on. Dot collectible dot is liquid. Num fluid outputs. Okay. Because outputs dot length, again, we cannot just derive it from this. Because there is a possibility of an item output. Right? It's not required. An item output is not required, but there's a possibility of one. So basing it off of outputs.length and hard coding it is not something you want to do. You base it off of it. Does the thing that's resolved, is it a fluid? Right? Is it liquid? If it is a liquid, then we have num fluid outputs. Right? And so we have num extensions equals num fluid outputs. So the resolve function is what determines the number of extensions the recipe requires, essentially, rather than including it in some random attribute thing. It's automatically determined based on the number of fluid outputs in the recipe. So if it's got one fluid output, then it doesn't need any extension. Right? If it has 6 fluid outputs, then it's going to need the base plus 5 more extensions. So that's how we control that. But it's populated when the game is loading all these in. That is what's grinding through and basically resolving the fluids. Okay. So num extensions equals num fluid outputs minus 1. Right? Because we have the base. So if fluid outputs is 1, then number of extensions is 0. Okay? So take the number of fluid outputs, subtract 1, and there's your number of extensions that you require. Now, if we go to matches, we have to then pass in num extension. Oh, I spelled it wrong again. Num extensions. Okay. Now, so requires, satisfies, so ingredients of 0. Again, there's going to be only one ingredient at all. And then we satisfy as ingredient, so we take the ingredient here, and does it satisfy? Check stack size, yeah. So does it pass, right? Is the ingredient valid? Because remember, this is going to iterate through all of the recipes, right? In order to find a recipe, it has to iterate through and say, okay, does this satisfy as ingredient? And it's a really early bouncer, right? Because it's like, hey, if the ingredient that we're passing it does not satisfy the ingredient of this recipe that we're in, then bounce, because it's not valid from the get-go. And so this is checking the requires, but we need to check if num extensions does not equal L num extensions, return false. When we try to match a recipe, we are going to pass in the number of extensions, right? Imagine the base, right? The base gets an ingredient. The base is going to call something to try to match that ingredient. I need to find what ingredient, like what recipe this is. The base knows how many extensions it has. So the base is like, all right, here's the ingredient. I know the number of extensions. So what recipe matches this? And that's the function that this is. It's like, hey, what one matches it? Because I need to know if the number of extensions matches. Now, num extensions, I'm thinking like, let's say a recipe requires 2 extensions and you have 4, right? Do you break the extensions? I think you're going to have to. You need to match perfectly the number of extensions, because that same ingredient, that same input, instead of requiring just 2, it could support 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 extensions, and the machine does not know which ones you want to target. Right? It'll return the first valid one it finds. So you might have 4 extensions, and the ingredient goes in, and it might pick the one with 2 extensions. Well, that's not what you wanted. So you need to be explicit in the number of extensions. So even if you have to build more than one of these to target whatever you need, that's kind of the incentive there. Is the number of extensions is how you determine the recipe that's used. It's the only way to do it. There's no UI to gracefully pick which recipe is used. So yeah, the number of extensions needs to match perfectly the number of extensions that you have passed in. Right? So it's another early bouncer. The requires is not going to be used. That's going to be null. There's going to be nothing in the requires, but I don't want to excise this because it doesn't hurt. What requires is going to be null anyway, so it doesn't hurt by having it in here. So that is essentially like what it is. So the matches is going to be a really simple check. It's going to come in here, right, and make sure ingredient is not empty. That's always a sanity check, right? And so it's going to come in here and be like, all right, does this ingredient satisfy from what you're actually looking at, right? Ingredient.item stack, does it satisfy as the ingredient, right? Check the stack size, check all of that, but is it valid? If it is, then go look at the extensions, right? Remember, this is looking at an individual recipe, not all the recipes, just a single recipe. Now check the number of extensions. The ingredient passes. Now we need to look at the extensions, and if the extensions don't match, then bounce. So it's just iterating through all the recipes, and it's grabbing all of those. The moment it finds a match, right? This passes, it bounces through this. This is going to be null. So it's going to be, return true. We have a match. Now, because that returned true, now we know what recipe we're going to need. And this is what matches those recipes. Everything else, right? Pair input, this again is called when it loads in from disk. Clone is also used when it bounces data back and forth. Get name to code mapping, again, more shenanigans. Resolve, this is the master that resolves the ingredients and the outputs, right? And it resolves them to a game object, right? The resolved item stack. So we need to do a question mark there. Damn it. Yeah. Cannot convert type bool question mark to bool. I don't know how. If this dot outputs of I dot resolved item stack does not equal null, this dot outputs of I dot resolved item stack. Oh my god. Yeah, let's do this. We have to do a null check on here because the question mark is not it's not a nullable type. It's not inherently supported. It might be supported in a future version because they are trying to migrate the entire code base over to the null context. So it might eventually work at some point, but for now we have to do a null check first because remember, the resolve might not be successful. It might not be able to resolve whatever it is in the output. This might not work. So, yeah, this it's tentative. So we have to do a null check, and then if it's a liquid, if it passes. Right? If it's not null, that means it passes. So then we can actually do it. If we did this call without doing a null check first, and this was null, it would crash. It would crash when it would absolutely crash when the game loaded. Because it would be like, I don't know what this is. Resolved item stack is null. Dot collectible is not valid. It's a null reference exception. So null reference exceptions are the bane of existence. So numfluid outputs. Yeah, I if this never gets increased, the numfluid outputs would be 0, and this would be a -1, which would be bad. So if this is negative, if this is less than 0, that would be a very bad thing. That means something really, really bad happened with the recipe. And it might be worth throwing, like it might be worth crashing if that's the case, but I won't because I don't want people complaining to me because who knows what mods down the line, like who knows what those things would do, because if the result item stack is null, I can always call this again, right? I can always call this again later to see if it's just load order, right? If this mod loads and this runs before another mod runs that adds fluids that this thing requires, it might not know what they are yet as it loads the recipe, so it might not work. So I could then run through, I could detect if resolved item stack is null, right? Then run resolve on the recipe again, run resolve, and then check it again because, something load order, and so at runtime I can always run it again, right? This resolve is not required to run at the very start of the game. You can run it at any time. Okay, so we need to then do recipe registry system So here's all the recipes. There's the creosote oven. Let's actually move this into like this, because these are going to be all multi-blocks. So we have public list recipe distillation tower, distillation recipes equals new list. Heat fluids to make more fluids. Okay, let's see. Here's all the register. Let's see. Why? Blast furnace. Why is this commented out? I'm not sure why that's commented out. Huh. Well, let's see what happens when I leave it in. So we have this dot distillation recipes equals API dot register recipe registry recipe distillation tower is recipe registry generic. VE distillation. And then let's grab this. This distillation distills, two L's, distills, vintage engineering distills. Distills. I can't. It bothers me. Distills. It is two L's. Yeah. DISTILL. Yeah. Distills. Okay. You know, when you look at a word and it just doesn't look right, it's just like something about that doesn't look right, but it's right. So distillation recipe I want to, yeah. The add recipes to handbook, like, this is the first recipe I've added literally since Blue Lightning did the recipe thing to the handbook. I think maybe not. I don't know, because I know that there's a tag in the JSON. If we look at the JSON here, and we go to the creosote oven, in the attributes, recipe machine by type, creosote oven. I'm pretty sure that matches that. Okay, so if we go to the distillation base and we add that tag to the attributes, and we want to add distillation to this. Yeah, it still looks wrong. Distills. It still looks wrong. So then we go to the code here, and we go Vent Engineering distills. Because you can see Vent Engineering smelting, right? Smelting smelts into, right? There's that one. So we have this one here. Okay, so maybe that's gonna work. I don't know. Okay, register. Yeah, so now we have to actually define the code here for registering the recipes. So let's just do that. Register distillation recipe. Jesus Christ. Delete recipe distillation tower. Recipe distillation tower. Just make sure. Register recipe registry. I just love how crazy this is. So recipe distillation tower, and here, this is going to be distillation recipes.count, distillation.add. Can no longer register. Yeah, because you have to register, these at a certain step, after which you can't you cannot register a recipe like way after the world is loaded and stuff. It's just not, the game just doesn't support that, right? So there's a certain point, recipe registry system, right? There is a flag can register that is turned off at a certain step of the loading. So you have to do it at a certain, early enough. And then the directory that it looks in, all of this should be fine. I shouldn't have to touch any of that. Yeah. So this is the directory, right? So if we look at this here, required machine here, this is essentially the... No, this is not the directory. Where is the directory specified? I think the directory is specified here. Recipe registry code. I think this right here is the thing. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure all my recipes start with VE, right? The directory start with VE, so this is the directory. Register recipe registry string recipe code, right? That is the directory it looks for. So if we go into, oh, that's the base game. We don't want that. We want the mod assets vintage recipes, right? Here is your VE. So we go in here. Let's copy that. Let's add a folder, paste it there, and go into, I just want to copy, we're going to go here, copy this, go to the distillation, and we're going to do crude oil. And then we're going to open. Okay, so code, we're going to do crude, no extension. Crude extension 1. Okay. Attributes, we're not going to care. Not right now anyway. I'm not going to care about temp. Power per craft is going to be, I don't know. I would just put an arbitrary number in there. Okay, so we have I'm wondering if I can, instead of targeting liters, I target portions, right? Let's look at base game simple recipes for the barrel, right? So leather is all based on liters. Using entire liters, cheese making, again, these are, I'm pretty sure these are all based on liters. Yeah, 25 liters at a time. Crazy. Curdled milk portion. So it's, they are passing in the portions. Okay. So the thing here, again, with take all of this out. Item crude oil portion. But then it's liters. And if, like, I don't know how to target this. So let's just, for now, I'm pretty sure liters is spelled the wrong way. Yeah. Litres. 10 liters crude oil. And this is going to be diesel portion. Liters 0.5. And then we have another item, output, which would be, nope, wrong thing to look at. Let's go here, rather here, item types, bitumen. Bitumen. Quantity 2. This is where we could do a variety, right? So what is the mixer recipe for bitumen oil products? That's asphalt. Bitumen from oil. Okay, so 2 liters per bitumen. So 10 liters bitumen would be like 5-ish. We're going to make this 500. Make that 600 because reasons. Let's just actually remove this one altogether. And let's see. So diesel. So when we increase to one extension, what is the ingredient? What is the extra output? I guess like heavy oil portion. So you get diesel and heavy oil, but you get a little bit more diesel.
maybe 1 liter. So you double the amount of diesel you get. Reduce the bitumen. Remember, this is every 10 liters. So 10 liters go in. And this thing is just going to sit and process. So 10 liters go in. I don't know. A liter of diesel sounds like a lot to me. Like, it sounds like a lot. So all of these numbers are going to have to be rebalanced. Unless I make the diesel generator consume a grotesque amount of fuel. Right? Like, I don't know how many liters per hour or whatever a diesel generator would take. Like a big beefy diesel generator, like industrial size diesel generator. Like what the rating is, liters per hour, or liters per minute. I would imagine it's not liters per minute, but because a fully beefed out distillation tower, right, is going to peak out at about 5,000 power per second, right? A full big tower, 5,000 power per second. And I want to ensure, right, that is going to produce way more fuel if you put that in generators, that you're going to produce way more than 5,000 power per second from that in order, there has to be a net gain of power, right? Bottom line. And I was going to target the big diesel generators to basically, I was going to target about 1,000 power per second from the big diesel generator, right? It's a 10x, essentially a 10x increase in power from the LV generator, which is like 100 power per second. So 1,000 power per second is a huge boost. While a maxed out diesel or a maxed out distillation tower would require 5 generators to run it. Right? That's a huge ask. That's a big ask. Unless some of the fancier, higher level fuel that comes out of this, unless that is better to use, unless it's more energy. So I have to figure out like how to define the energy out. Probably I'll do that with an interface on the item. So crude oil will have its own power rating system, right? There'll be literally an attribute in the thing itself. So the crude oil will have its own tag that's like, hey, what's the fuel value of crude oil? And I don't know whether to do that by the liter or by the portion. Because the crude oil portion should have it defined, right? The portion of the fluid, not the block. The block is kind of unusable because it's converted into portions anyway. So portions is kind of where it's at anyway. So if we look at the item liquid crude oil portion, so in here, I could probably add a standard tag system, right, that this loads in. Similar to how like watertight container props is standardized, right? This is kind of the thing. And then there could be one in here for liquid fuel specification or something. Like liquid, I don't know, liquid fuel something. Liquid fuel burnable or something. I don't know. So yeah, the heavy, like diesel portion will be burnable, heavy oil portion will be burnable, and bitumen is itself burnable, right? You can burn this in the LV generator. So all of these things are technically fuel, and you can burn them, but I don't want them to be equal fuel value, right? So the bitumen it's a built-in it's got a built-in fuel value by going to parts, yeah. Oh, why did he build this like this? Right here, combustible props. I mean, I could technically use combustible props, but I don't want adding combustible props to the fluid portion would allow it to be added to the LV generator, and I don't want it. I don't want it to be added to the LV generator. You would technically be able to add it if it has this, and I don't want to do that. I want to ensure that this It would be nice to be able to use this, but I don't think that would be wise. Yeah, I don't think that would be wise. And I don't know, like putting in attributes kind of where I have to be, because this is loaded in with the base game loads this in. I'd have to look to see where these are loaded in and how. But adding a base tag like this, I don't know if mods can do that or if I just have to use the attributes, which is fine. Like I can use the attributes, but so yeah. Anyway, we have, right? So even adding one extension, you're doubling the amount of diesel you're going to get out of this process. It's still extremely inefficient. But we don't have any of these other fluids defined yet, which is why I wanted to hold off on this. Because if we go item types, liquid, crude oil portion, we want to do heavy oil portion, right? So this is going to be heavy, liquid cold, heavy oil. Items per liter, texture, crude oil portion, heavy oil portion. When spilled, drop. Jesus, just paste that everywhere that we have to paste it. Not sure why it references itself so many times, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Max stack size, material density. I really wish JSON allowed for comments, right? You could put like comments in here. God, why you would define a set like this and not allow comments to just be ignored. Just ignore the comments. But yeah, if I try to put a comment in here, either with // like do this, right? Comments are not permitted in JSON. It's just like, why not? Like, why not add the ability to put comments? Why not just do it? And then when you load them in, the standard is just ignore the comments. Like, this is such a heavily programmatic thing. programmers should look at this and go, we need comments, because it would be nice. There are lots of instances that I would love to be able to add comments. Okay, so the texture here, we need to look block, liquid, heavy oil portion. So textures, block, liquid, crude oil, portion. Obviously, well, let's do a different, whatever. Control C, Control V. Heavy oil portion. We want to open with Photoshop. I don't know why Photoshop loads on a different monitor. I really don't know why. But yeah, this has got some transparency to it. Where I don't know how channels. How does this have so much transparency? It doesn't look like it here. How is it so transparent? I am not 100% sure. The alpha there, it seems like there's an alpha channel, but there's not. Okay, so heavy oil, I think, is largely purple. Holy Moses, you're really that... Okay. No. How bright do we... Wow! No, it's not purple. Heavy oil, I'm going factorial style here. So this would be... Heavy oil would be orange. How in the world... Is it orange? Am I losing my mind? Heavy oil. Light oil is no, light oil is yellow. Heavy oil is a dark orange. Yeah. It's like a muddy color. And it's not gonna be transparent. No, what? I just want to save it. Just save it. I mean, is that too? There we go. There's a little bit more on it. So we do Control Shift. Well, yeah. PNG. Save. Heavy oil portion. Save. Replace. Okay. Close. No. Now, the fact this is not, we don't have a block right? We don't have a block defined for heavy oil, so you can't place it in the world. I'm okay with that for now. Like, you shouldn't be placing heavy oil or diesel or anything else in the world. So if we do heavy oil portion and we copy and paste that, and now we want diesel portion. Okay. Now we have this. Now to change this, we do where is it? Edit. No. Image adjustments. Hue saturation. There we go. Colorize. So yeah, diesel, we're going to have like a yellowish unsaturated largely. Like that. And there'll be many, many more, but I just wanted to get this ready. All right, there's diesel, there's heavy oil. It kind of looks like dirt, unfortunately. It's a lot redder than I thought it. Like, I was going for more. I don't know what I was going for. I thought I was going for orange. How do I not remember what the color of heavy oil is in Factorio? I've got like 3,000 hours in Factorio. Yeah, because petroleum gas, I think, is a vibrant purple. Heavy oil was orange. Light oil was yellow. I think. Pretty sure. So this is a lot browner than orange, but you know, it is what it is. It's thick, gooey, whatever. Crude oil itself. Yeah, that's fine. It's a lot more transparent than I thought, and that's probably, yeah, that was probably what made me look at it in terms of like the actual block in the world was super transparent when I first put them in there. I was like, why is this so transparent? Well, the texture for some reason had baked in transparency, and I guess I didn't look at the texture. Material density though, like, I don't know, 1500. I don't know what this does. Material density. I don't know what it does. So stack size would be 50 liters. Same with the crude oil. Well, that's the recipe. So we want to copy and paste this. Item types, liquid, heavy oil, copy, paste. Diesel. I mean, yeah, you can fill a wood bucket with it. Sure. Buckets of diesel. What could go wrong? Diesel is going to be lighter, so like 300. Material density might be like, does stuff float in it? Like I would imagine. But I need to once again use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so we have recipe loader. So this actually is the thing that loads the recipes. So this dot load recipes. Recipe distillation tower. VE recipe. Recipes / VE distillation. Delegate. Recipe distillation tower R. Oh my god. Register distillation recipe. This is definitely the thing that loads the recipes from disk, right? Path, recipes, distillation. If you notice, there's no domain here. So it looks for everywhere that matches this recipes / VE distillation. So if you make a mod, all you need is a recipes / VE distillation, and it will include those files because it's looking at that directory for everywhere. This is how you, as a mod, can add a grid recipe or a smithing recipe or etc. It's just the directory defines what recipe it is, right? You can't have a smithing recipe in the barrel directory. It doesn't work. Because it's the directory that determines which recipe is actually loaded, or at least what flavor of recipe. So this recipe distillation tower is those recipes. And if we look here, there's the recipes. Very, very simple. Right now, anyway. This has got 1 fluid output. This has got 2 fluid outputs. This is the test that I wanted to do. Okay, so we have this watertight container props, heavy oil, and then we have diesel portion, same thing. General liquids, yeah. Now, the fluids are defined. So at least that, because again, if you don't define the fluids, the resolve code, right, as it tries to resolve the thing, it's not going to work, right? There's going to be no item with that name at all. So we had to define those items in order for it to actually load. Distillation base. So we need to now that we have the recipe defined, right? We need a recipe object for the base, right? We need to specify. So private recipe RECIPE distillation tower current recipe. Okay, so this is the current recipe. And then we need to create a function. I don't need inventory stuff. There we go. This is why I like using the regions, because I like compressing the things that I don't need to edit. So we have functions here. We need to find validate extensions. We need something to find the recipe. So let's open the creosote oven. No, not the recipe. Block entity. I really need to move the creosote oven block entity in there too, but I'm going to float this. Okay, so we have recipe stuff. Holy cow. Okay. Distillation base. We can probably close this. Let's do one more pass here. Reload recipes. Yeah, this is something that actually resolves. This is the thing that resolves the recipe, right? Because it's loading the recipes in one at a time, and it's resolving the recipes. So it loads. So the recipes, the step of the recipe loading is after the items and blocks are loaded in. So those are loaded in, and then the recipes are loaded in, and the recipes can resolve to those items and blocks. It's very, very specific. Okay, so we have a bunch of variables in here that really aren't required. So let's do a region recipe. Recipe stuff. I love how an end region is like, it knows that I want to do an end region, but the selection is on the bottom of that window. So I always have to scroll up to end region. It's like, no, I want to just, I did region, end region is next. Okay, so we have, I'm trying to streamline this a little bit. Environment temp, we're not doing temp right now. We're not really concerning ourselves with temperature. We don't have any fuel. Total craft time, recipe time. So we do need variables that indicate like private float recipe, or let's do craft time. Because we need something that's like, how far into the craft are we, right? As we're ticking into the craft, we need something to determine that. Okay, so craft time here, recipe time, total craft time. So craft time, private float, total craft time. And then we do public float recipe progress get if inventory of 0 dot empty or current recipe equals null, return 0. Else, don't really need an else, but I put an else anyway. Return recipe or craft time divided by total craft time. So recipe progress is a floating point between 0 and 1, right? It's essentially the percent. You multiply it by 100 and you get a percent. But it is inherently a percent. Craft time divided by total craft time. And then we want public recipe distillation tower current recipe, and that's current recipe. Okay, and then we have the final thing here. Public bool find matching recipe. This, right, is the function that does all of the recipe stuff. It's very much in line with all of my machines have a function like this. I've standardized the name, find matching recipes. So this is the function that's called when the thing loads in from disk, when the chunk loads in, when you put something new, right? Or you're not going to put anything into the input slot, but when you pump, right? When a pipe inserts fluid into the slot, this is the function that's called to say, hey, something hit the input slot. We need to find the matching recipe, right? We need to see what we need to make. So then we do if API equals null, return false. Because the API, like this call can be done too early. There are certain cases where this function is called too early, namely the from tree attributes. So I might finagle, I might remove it from tree attributes and put it into initialize instead, and that might help things. But the client is also going to need to be able to run this, right? The client needs to be relatively familiar with the recipes that are loaded. It's gonna load the recipes too. Like the client has all the recipes. So rather than force sync like what the recipe is, the client will be able to just figure that out on its own. So do we have, if we look at inventory stuff, percent input tank, let's do another one, public item slot, input slot, inventory of 0. This is the input slot. This is the only input slot. So if input slot dot empty, return false. Another well, yeah, we have more to do than that. Current recipe equals null. Set state enum state dot sleeping. Recipe craft time equals 0. Return false. Basically reset. Like if item slot is empty, reset all the variables. Like make sure that we don't have anything to do. Input slot is empty. The machine can go to sleep, right? So if this doesn't go in, if input slot has something in it, then we need to figure out the recipes. So we go list recipe distillation tower recipes equals API dot mod loader dot get mod system VE recipe registry system true dot well, we have to do a question mark dot distillation recipes. Okay, so this grabs all the distillation recipes. And now if recipes equals null or recipes dot count equals 0, return false. Right? There's something in the input slot which passes the first check, but for some reason we don't have any recipes. That's a problem. There's nothing to iterate if we don't have any recipes. For each recipe distillation tower recipe in recipes. Why it puts the bracket, it does this, right? But when I hit enter, but if I do this and hit shift enter, it does that for me. I don't, there's some hotkey that allows you to add the closing brace. I don't know what it is, but there's something out there. It's impossible in an editor like this to keep up with all the shit that happens, but somewhere out there is a hotkey. When it adds that bracket, there's a hotkey, shift enter, control, like something allows you to carriage return it and get me into this state. But I don't know what it is. If recipe dot enabled, no. Why? Oh no. Recipe dot enabled. For some reason it was confused. So the first thing we do is check to make sure the recipe is enabled, and recipe dot matches. This is that matches, remember? This is the matches. Input slot null num extensions, right? We're passing in the matches. We're passing in how many extensions we have into this. If the match is the match, then current recipe equals M recipe. Total craft time equals I may not need this. Yeah, I may not need this. This was special to the creosote oven because I scale the craft time based on the input stacks. Right? So the recipe for the creosote oven has craft time per item. And then I scale that off the stack size of the input. So the bigger the stack you put in, the longer it takes because it does the whole stack at a time. So individually, they're very, very fast, but you put an entire stack in there and it slows it way down. That's special to the creosote oven. The recipes that we have defined, right, the power per craft is really what, this is what dictates how long the recipe takes, because the machine has a power per second rating. The power per craft is the scale from that. So the base with no extensions, the distillation tower is 2,000 power per second. So this would finish in a quarter of a second. That might be too fast. So if we do that like that, and we do maybe 1,200 here, this is a half second to process 10 liters of crude oil. Now, I don't know how fast. Anybody out there who's aware of how the industry works can tell me how fast a distillate. I would imagine it's pretty damn fast. It would have to be, on an industrial scale, would have to be pretty fast. So how fast can it process? How fast could a distillation tower, like a regular oil refinery distillation tower, process 10 liters of crude? I'm sure it's fractions of a second. I'm sure it's very, very fast. Come on, click that. Okay, I still have this open. Yeah, I don't need the recipe creosote oven loaded anymore. Let's close that. So another just example of a machine. If we go to the extruder here, here's the recipe stuff. We have the current recipe power applied. That is what I need, is the recipe power applied. That's how I scale this. So let's clear those. We have private. I'm very tempted to change how my power system handles power. Changing it from a U-long to just a long would be extremely helpful, because I would Not very much in computing uses a ulong, unsigned long. And I don't anticipate anybody needing that amount. That's like a ulong is like 18 quintillion power. Like, I don't anticipate anybody. That would take literally hundreds of years, hundreds of real life years to actually generate that much power. So it's not going to happen. So if I can get away with a long recipe power applied. Okay, so then we take recipe power applied and then divide it by current recipe dot power per craft. Right? We take the amount of power that we've applied and then divide that by what's the total power. It's going to be very fast, right? Every half second. Because we're able to apply 1,000 power per second, or 2,000 power per second. 2,000 power per second, but remember, a tick is going to be like a tenth of a second. So that's going to be like 200 power. So tick 1, you're going to apply like 200 power. And then 400 power, right? 800 power. So it's 5 ticks. So you'll it's going to be not instant, but gradual. At least the machine on the server side. The client side is going to see the numbers jump a little bit because of I limit the number of client updates that happen, because if I didn't, it would spam so thoroughly block entity packets that it would saturate your network if I tried to update it in real time. So be aware of any mod that does that. Right? Be very aware. If you're running a mod that's doing some sort of processing and you are seeing very gradual updates, right? You are seeing very incremental, like little bits, that is absolutely crushing your bandwidth. So just be very cautious of that. Because it could be devastating to your bandwidth if that is the thing. So we want to do recipe power applied equals 0. Go away. So this we don't need that anymore. We just want to reset. Well, we don't really need to reset. We don't want to necessarily reset recipe power applied. We want to reset it if it's empty. But remember, this could be running. This could run at many different instances. So it could save to disk, right? It could be in the middle of crafting something, and it's saved to disk because you exit the world. When you load back in again, we're going to load all these values back, and it's just going to pick up where it left off. So we don't want to reset that value when we match the recipe. We want to match the recipe, right? Because we're not going to save the recipe to disk, but we are going to save that recipe power apply. We are going to save that. So, we find the recipe and it matches. So we want to set state and then return true because we found a recipe. Okay. We iterate through all of this. If we didn't return true, recipe power applied equals 0. 0. Set state sleeping. Return false. If we get all the way through this function without returning, then we haven't found anything. So reset everything and then return. This up here is duplicated because again, there's nothing in input slot. We don't want to run this, right? Because if we pass in an input slot that's empty, we're not gonna get any matches anyway. So might as well short circuit it. But we're passing in the number of extensions. There is no require slot, right? This is like the require slot is like, what slot does the extruder die cast go in? What slot does the metal press mold go in? Right? That's the require slot. Is like, hey, what are we required? Well, this thing doesn't require anything. So find matching recipe. Bingo. We have now a function that can find a recipe. Or at least in theory. So that's the recipe stuff. When we load from disk, let's see. This is, I don't know why inventory stuff. Okay, so we're initializing here. Find valid extensions. If input slot dot empty not find matching recipe. Okay. So when we initialize, it's when we first place the block. So we want to, if is built, I want to do this and put this in here. I only want to run matching recipe check if it's built. Which is why I added that. Which is why I added this to the base class, because it's like only check this stuff if it's built. And then this I don't think we need. Base initialize if machine state I don't no on. Let's initialize it to on. Right, when it creates this object, right, it'll initialize that value to on. Well, then we load, we're going to load it from tree attributes and stuff. It'll override that, but we want to initialize it to on. So if we don't ever override it anywhere else, it'll initialize to on. But when it is sleeping, or let's see, when we initialize and we first place it, if it's not built, we're sleeping. If it's built, then these things will control, right? Valid extensions, that doesn't really set the state, but recipe does. Recipe will set the state. If it finds a recipe, it will turn it on. It means there's a valid recipe to make, turn it on, right? It's kind of what dictates whether the machine is on or off, or not on or off, but on or sleeping. Sleeping or on. On means it's actively doing something. Sleeping means it's on, but it has nothing to do. Okay, so here we want to tree dot set long recipe power applied. Recipe power applied equals tree dot get long recipe power. Okay. Remember, we're syncing that. We're saving it to disk, and we're able to reload it. But what this also does is it sends it to the client. So the client is able to update, itself. Okay. So I don't really think we have many other variables that we need to sync or save. The recipe itself will be fine. There is one call. I think it's going to be an inventory. Slot modified. If slot ID equals 0, find. Wow. Go away. And current recipe equals no. Find matching recipe. So slot modified, again, we're getting this from the inventory. So slot ID is 0, which means it's the input, but current recipe is no. Then we need to find the recipe. The client update delay, this is again a built-in this here is now part of my electrical. Because every machine delays. It doesn't update clients 10 times a second. It's not needed. It would be needed if you wanted right up to the tick information regarding machine and its processing, but it literally exponentially increases the network traffic, right? So if you want to balance between performance and up to the millisecond information, right? This is the balance that you have to hit. You cannot have up to the millisecond data in a GUI without the server absolutely crushing the packets and sending crazy amounts of data. The only alternative is that the client is also crafting. So you see what the client is doing, and then the server is updating it once in a while. But then you get the instance of if something else is lagging the server, the client might be seeing the progress bar going up nice and smooth, but then at some point it would jump backwards, right? So you progress bar. Let's do it on this camera here. Progress bar, and then boink, it would jump back and then jump forward, and so because it's getting updated from the server, and the server data takes precedence, right? It's the actual data. The client simulation is kind of estimating. It's estimating, and so you would get a jumping of that progress bar, which would inevitably mean people would post bugs and say, hey, my progress bar is jumping around. It's like, well, you've got another mod that's lagging the shit out of your server, so it's not able to tick as fast. And so as you're getting data from the server that's auto sync with the client, and the server is overriding all of the data of the client anyway. So, and you just have to be careful with that, because if you're on the client, you don't want to do any shenanigans with like item slots or stuff, because then the server would just not be good. So the server does all of the simulation and then sends the data to the clients. It's the cleanest, most accurate, least error prone, least bug ridden way of doing it. And that's just what I do. But I can't update the client 10 times a second for every machine. Imagine you have 50 machines in your base. Every one of those updating the client 50 times or 10 times a second? That's crazy. That's 500 packets per second. That's the server's trying to send. It's not realistic. So I drastically reduce the client updates to every half second. And then this, I probably don't even need this in the base, because I have a somewhere in here initialize. There we go. Right here. So on SimTick, again, this is called 10 times a second. And then the client update delay right is called every half second, essentially. Or the mark dirty. This mark dirty true is what actually does the resync. It's you're marking it dirty, which means it's going to save, and then sync its data with the clients. Okay. And then the true is what causes it to redraw on the client. So it refreshes the data. Okay, so is built. If it's built, if current recipe does not equal null, and then now we have all of the things in the stuff. Yeah. So let's close. I'm going to close the creosote oven, and I'm just going to float the extruder as just an example. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything like obvious. Find matching recipe. We did that. Oh yeah, the other thing I want to do. Oh, why am I looking at the wrong? There it is. So this, if API.side equals .client return, or this is not run on the client at all. This function. It should never be called anyway, because the actual tick listener is only called on the server, right? So it is not 100% needed. Don't really need it, but keep it there for now, just in case. Okay, so we need. Let's see. Let's shrink this back down. And we want to do private float update bouncer equals 0. Value used if machine is sleeping. Okay, so this is kind of part of my part of all of my machines, the sleeping mechanic, right? If oh god is sleeping, there we go. Update bouncer plus equals delta time. Okay, if update bouncer is greater than 2, return. Well, let's do less than 2. Okay. Update bouncer equals 0. So what this does, it short circuits the tick. If the block is sleeping, only update or only process the rest of the function every 2 seconds. Regardless, like, doesn't matter. So if it's sleeping, then again, only process it every 2 seconds. The moment the update bouncer value goes greater than 2 or equal to, greater than or equal to 2, it resets it to 0 and then runs the rest of the function, right? It does all the validation. And that's why if you have a machine that's sleeping and you put something in it, right? You put another material in it, there can be a tiny, tiny little lag from you putting something in it to it actually crafting. There can be. It's not guaranteed, because usually what happens is the item slot modified. The moment you put that thing in there, the item slot changes, and that cascades down to finding the recipe and blah, 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 which immediately turns it back on again, right? So I sort of bypass the update bouncer, because it's like, you got a new thing, we want to make sure that we set it. So, if we set the state, so we can go to the set state thing, machine state, set state. If state equals on, right, we could set update bouncer to 0. Because we're not using it. We set the state to on, update bouncer is 0, we're good to go. We don't need the value, whatever value is in here. If we set the state to on, it doesn't matter anymore. And we don't want that value to carry over if we do set the state to sleeping. We want the update bouncer to start at 0 anyway. So let's make sure that happens. But the sleeping mechanic ensures that if you have machines that aren't doing anything, right? If they're not constantly running, they're sleeping, and they're ticking instead of 10 times a second, once every 2 seconds, right? Which is, what is that? Like less than a tenth the speed? Like it's such a drastic drop in the amount of ticks that it has to process, the amount of code that it has to run, because it's bouncing early. They're like, you can have a lot more machines as long as they're not all running 100% of the time. You can have a lot of machines built because they're ticking instead of, 10 times a second, once every 2 seconds. So instead of 20 times, it's ticking once. So 1/20th. They're ticking 1/20th the amount of time. Right? The function is being called, this is still being called 10 times a second. But it's not processing and some of these machines have a lot of code in this function. But when they're sleeping, it's running this, and that's it. When it's sleeping, it's hitting that, and it's bouncing out early. The rest of that code is not even being hit. Now I could technically, right? I've thought about this. Rather than doing this and bouncing when it's sleeping, that when the machine state is set to sleeping, I remove the tick listener and I re-add it when it's turned back on. Right? So I've thought about that. Like that would be a way to do it that would really be efficient. And I might revisit it if I do a refactor or if I do a polish pass on the mod at any time. That might be something that I look into. You know, that set state that I have. I could capture that. If setting the state, if you're setting it to sleeping, remove the tick listener. Just remove it. We don't need to tick if it's sleeping. Right? And then when it's turned back on, right, an ingredient goes in, slot is modified, boom, set state on, re-add the tick listener and have it start ticking right away. But I don't know how the game, like if I am swapping tick listeners all the time, removing and adding tick listeners like frequently, I don't know if that adds more overhead like to the game. So I opted not to do that over and over and over again. Okay, so that's the sleeping mechanic. If is built, okay. If is built and machine state on. So we need to check the machine state. This is electric, not machine state. Why did I do a goof here? Let's see. I might have. Because I know I define this in the machine state. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is wrong. I don't need these. When I did that code, I was like, I know that this, I should have this here done already. It was bothering me that I had reintroduced all these, and it didn't complain. Machine state. Is loaded. And I am currently is sleeping is enabled. I am likely going to look into refactoring the electric system, smoothing out the rough edges, streamlining it by a lot. Because I don't like how it works right now. Like I got it to a point where I was like functional and working, and wiring, everything works, right? It all works. But the way that it works, the way that it's implemented with the electric networks and stuff, after refactoring the pipes, like it got me thinking about how I could revisit the electric network, right? Basically using the delegate system, where I just, every instance, right, the B behavior, when it's loaded, it subscribes to whatever electric network, right, whatever network it has, which, there is an add connection. So I can just say, hey, how about we just go to the network and say, hey, instead of like adding a node and having a physical block position of a node, instead we just subscribe to the proper delegate, and then the network just it just invokes the delegates using the power. Like the algorithm wouldn't really change that much as far as like how the power is distributed and checked and all of that, because all of that code still is good. It's just the fact that an electric network has a list of all of the nodes on the network, which is just a list of block positions, or wire nodes, I should say. But it also has to rebuild a list of the, when it has the list of block positions, when it loads all the block positions, loads all the block entities, determines what type they are, and then populates an entirely different list with producer nodes, consumer nodes, and storage nodes, which, right, the fact that we have a list of all of the nodes, which is relatively stable and easy to maintain, well, then that cascades down to another list of nodes, and it's those nodes that I actually affect. Well, that's the problem, because like what I ran into with multi-blocks is the pass-through, right? The connector that you pass through power, really, I had to sort of get around some things, and instead of adding the connector as the node, it was a pass-through. So it had to pass through and add the multi-block as the node. Well, that can cause problems, and I was not very happy with that. So I've been thinking about ways that I could approach this behavior and the powers in general, right, and just basically have a delegate that I am saying, hey, this rated power, I want to add or extract power, right? I am a producer, I am a generator, I'm going to subscribe specifically to the extract power delegate of the network. Just subscribe to the extract power. The network does not care where the nodes are. It doesn't care. All it cares about are running the delegates. And so it's going to take some finagling, but I should be able to do it without the similar rebuild that you have to do with the pipe system when this comes out, because you're gonna have to completely rebuild your pipe system when this version of the thing drops. It's unavoidable. There was no way to do it without a rebuild. Change to oh yeah, let's close this. Distillation base, there we go. Machine state. I don't think I need to like save it to disk, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So what this does is if a client, let's say a client is sitting at sleeping, right? Client is sitting at sleeping, it gets a packet from the server, and the packet from the server is, oh, it's on. So if our machine state, which is sleeping, it's not equal to on, then set the state, which turns it on. Okay. Let's go back probably to here. Okay. If current recipe does not equal null, okay, which means we have a recipe we're crafting. And then we do an if recipe progress is less than 1. We are currently crafting. And then we have an else. So current recipe means we have a recipe. Recipe progress less than 1 means we are crafting. Else means we have a recipe, but recipe progress is greater than or equal to 1, which means we are done crafting. A craft cycle completed. And this is where the shenanigans start happening. Because holy Moses, this is going to be crazy. There's going to be a crazy amount of logic in here. So what we want to do, we want to try to short circuit this. I'm just looking at the code from my extruder and thinking, all right, we're going to need to figure this out. If is built and machine state dot on. Let's do if electric dot current power equals 0. Return. We're on, we have a recipe, but we don't have any power. This is one of those instances that, you know, the heads up display or something can do this. But so electric.current power equals 0 or electric.current power is less than electric.max power per second times delta time. Now we need to add a cheeky little way. Because if we go here, the distillation base, and we look at max power per second. So this value, with just the base, 2,000 power per second. But then down here, I add this, extension power per second. This is a power per second rating for each extension. This is what it adds. Every extension you add adds that amount of power to the rating of power per second. I'm doing it this way instead of adding the extension power per second. Is the extension is not directly wired. It's not a wireable thing. The extension is just like, it's essentially like adding another tank to the system. It's not heating anything. Right, it's just an extension of the distillation tower. So it alone is not using any power. So the extension doesn't use power, but the base, right? The base is trying to get more and more products. It has to adjust the temperature. I'm just throwing it out there that it has to get hotter, right? A hotter temperature for every extension. It has to get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter to evaporate all of the things, right? The higher up you go, the hotter it has to get, which would use more power, and that's the justification for this. And so I need to look at initialize. Do I load that value there? No, that's extension code. Because I specify the code of the block, right? This is the actual code that it looks for as it goes up. So I need to specify private long extension PPS equals 0. How much power per second does each extension add to the crafting power cost? And then we come in here on the initialize, and we go extension power per second equals block. No, why does it assume, why does it default to things that I've never used? Shouldn't it keep track? Shouldn't the IntelliSense keep track of the shit that I use and suggest that first? When I hit .A, I have literally never used attack power, ever. Attributes, however, I use all the time. How about we weight the things that I use heavier in the list and offer those first, right? There's literally 3 other instances in this function that use attributes. The IntelliSense is not very intelligent. It needs to be more intelligent. Right? It needs to be more intelligent. It's not really IntelliSense. It's just like as long as. Why is there no as long? As double? Fine. As double. 0. Dot long. Because a long is a 64-bit. Yeah. A long is a 64-bit value. So I can't use as int because it's a 64-bit value. Int wouldn't work. Double is a floating point number, but it is, a 64-bit number. Or at least it should be. And a float is a 32-bit number. So I can't use .float because that's a 32-bit number. I have to use double and then cast it to a long, unfortunately. I wish there was a long, right? That attributes JSON object. This is a I want to say this is a block.attributes. I don't know if this is a custom Vintage Story API JSON attribute or the Newtonsoft JSON attribute. But I don't know why they didn't do a long. Maybe they just assumed nobody used longs. I don't know. Okay, so the extension power per second is that. So we need to, when we calculate, do we have enough current power, we need to include plus, not equals, plus num extensions times extension power per second. Why is this long? That's int. Why do you... Just do the thing. So we take number of extensions times the power per second, right? And then we add it to the max power per second. So if we have 0 extensions, it's going to be 0 times that, which is 0. That's fine. But if we have 1, power per second is 500. So 1 times 500 is 500. Plus this would be 2500. And then we multiply that by the delta time, which is the fractional second of this tick, and then we compare that to the power. So it's like it's a much more complex like value. So what we can do rather than this shenanigans is yeah. The problem is the rated power call the rated power call of the behavior, which in here is rated power, right? This call doesn't have any sort of extension sort of shenanigans in it, right? So this is largely again, it would be nice to customize this call, right? Instead of having these defined, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way where this value could be, or this function could be overridden, because right now the electric network with the distillation tower would only ever see the 2000 power per second. It would not, because rated power is used, there's 16 references to it for a reason, right? The electric network itself has 7 different references. Because when it's calculating how much power to give a machine, right, the distillation base is a power consumer, it is calling this function to say, hey, how much power, given this tick time, and the electric network ticks 4 times a second, how much power do I give you? Well, it's going to be rated, right, at 2000 power per second. That's a problem, because the number of bases goes up, that rating goes up. So we're going to run into a problem where the rating, it's going to be locked in at 2000 power per second, but it's actually consuming 5000 power per second. Obviously, that's not sustainable. You're not going to be able to run it that amount of time. And this is a generic call, and we would have to, I don't know where we would override this. This is a behavior. This is a block entity behavior. There's no real way to override rated power in my block entity. I can't do an override here. Override rated, right? There's no way to override it, because it's a block behavior that's added to the It's added to the block entity, right? It's a block, as I should say, block entity behavior. We have to be very specific. Block entity behavior. Because there's a block behavior, block entity behavior, item behavior, like there's behaviors for every damn thing. So this block entity is not aware, right, of a behavior. It has a link to it. Electric is part of the base class of the multi-block entity core is the electric container block entity, right? So if we go to that, there's your electric, right? It's just a reference to it. It's not a thing that's like, hey, it's just like, hey, this is it. It's not. I'm not able to override anything in this function because it's just a reference to that behavior. So ideally, what I would do is make rated power have a event that is called, like a delegate that is called when it's run, and if there's something in there, run that to maybe offset the rated power itself. If it's overridden, right? Run the override and return that value. If it's not overridden, run the base, run the base stuff. So I'm gonna have to add delegates for I think 3 different functions: rated power, extract power, and receive power. Right? Those are the delegates that I'm gonna need to add to this. Basically, in the event that those are overridden, call that. But otherwise, I don't even know if I need extract power. Extract power is extract power. I don't really anticipate the need for this, but the max power per second rating, that's the problem, is the max power per second rating is the thing that I need to change. And there's no way to change it because it grabs, right? It grabs the value from the properties. So I'm gonna have to relook at that. Right now, the power per second rating of the distillation tower is just not gonna change. For now, there's no way around it. So if we grab this, long rated power equals this. Okay. Let's do the calculation once. Oh, come on. You can't compare a U long to a long? Are you serious? You can't compare to see if a U long is less than a long. This is why I kind of want to change the entire power infrastructure to longs, because it's like I'm tired of casting these all the time. Because if I get rid of this one, right, it's like, oh, I don't know what to do. You're trying to add a U-long into a long. It's like, come on, you be smarter than that. You should be able to like move these back and forth at least in one direction. Okay, so if current power is less than the rated power, which we are calculating because we have to. Now we are going to be able to have it cost that amount of power, right? That we can control. We can say this power per second rating, we're scaling it based on the number of extensions, because the cost of power is done in this function. But the delivery of power from the network, right? That is the object that we were looking at. That is something that's done that doesn't take into account the number of extensions and the rating effect of that. I would have to do a callback in the rated power. I would have to add a callback as a patch. Just be like, hey, basically, hey, this if this function exists in the block entity, I don't know how I would do that. But the rated power itself, that function, which was, fairly simple, in that function would have to be some function that would call a block entity of some flavor, and just be like, hey, does that function, is the block entity I'm a part of, is that a thing? But I don't know if the behavior should have, it's a block entity behavior. It should have the block entity, right? And I could maybe add something to an interface somewhere that has that. But again, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, so rated power is, we calculate that at, when the tick happens. Because again, the delta time, this could be any number of numbers, right? It could be, it won't be exactly 0.1. It could be 0.12, could be 0.09, it could be 0.12444. Like the delta time is, it tries to hit you perfectly, but it's not guaranteed, so you kind of have to use it. It's not a set tick delay. Okay, so we have that function, we have that validation. Current recipe does not equal null. Current recipe progress. Now we need to apply the rated power. Yeah. I'm trying to read this here. There's a lot of weird code. Validate the temperature. Power per tick. Power per craft. So we have recipe power applied plus equals rated power. Okay. And now we do electric power minus equals rated power. What? Fine. I don't know why my O key is so sensitive. I have lost count of how many times when I've typed a word and that word includes an O, that more than one O is written. I don't like. It's weird. Sometimes it just whoop, it gives me a bunch of O's. I think this keyboard is just it's trolling me. I honestly think it is. Right? It's like the amount of times that just the words like or letters just are weird. I don't know. So we have recipe power applied, right? We add the like whatever the rated power is to the recipe. Now that could jump the progress of the recipe. You know, if there's a tiny fraction that's left of the recipe progress, this could jump that way over 1, right? But I'm not. Oh man, I'm just not gonna worry about that. Recipe progress. Power per tick. Power applied. Yeah, current recipe does not equal. No, recipe progress. This takes the recipe power applied and compares it to the recipe power required. And then we subtract the electric power. Okay. So, recipe progress now is the very next tick is like the progress is greater than or equal to 1. Okay. So in this case, if current recipe is not equal to no, and recipe progress is greater than or equal to 1, I don't know why I do it a weird way up here. Is crafting recipe progress, and I do an else if. I don't understand why. It's because I do if I do an if with multiple conditions, then I have to figure out like which condition it is. So I'm just comparing my other code here, and I don't. It's icky. It's icky and gross. Temperature. So this here is really where the shenanigans happen. We need to check if not has Roman output. Okay, let's actually look at this. Go to definition. Yeah, percent output item. This is actually looking at the slot. Percent output tank looks at the tank slot. If slot equals 0, return false. If slot is greater than 2, okay. I think I need to set. I mean, I could send slot ID -1, and that would not hit either of those. Because what I want is just a generic check. Is there room in the output? Now there's another function call. If I can remember where that is. Has room in extension. There's one, any extension full. So then I can set if where is it? I'm in here somewhere. There it is. If not, has room in output, or any extension full. Return. Right? We are built. Current recipe is not null. Right? We have power. Like all these are like trying to ensure that this is not being run if something is amiss. So has room in output checks the base. Any extensions full, right? Any extension full needs to then iterate through all the extensions. And this is one of those to-do items that I had marked for myself to do today. Check the extension inventories, right? Has room in extension. So we need to iterate through, right? We have all of the pairs. So we have any extension full. Okay. So this, we now need BEMB distillation extension dist BE equals api.world.block accessor dot get block entity BEMB distillation extension, and then we do pair dot value. Okay. So what we're doing, we have extension positions, right? If we don't have any extensions, we return false because there's no extension, like we don't have any extensions to look at, so obviously none of them are full. So return false. And then we iterate through the extensions. Now the int is a zero-based index of all of the extension as they go up, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as it encounters, and when the function that populates this dictionary is going up and up and up and up, if it finds that block with the code, it adds it to the list and increments the index. And so it starts at 0. Oh, index of 0 is the very first extension. So we just iterate through. We don't care about the index. We really don't. This call is caring about, and only caring about, is that slot full in the inventory. So we grab the block entity if dist does not equal null, like that, right? Because we don't want to check if it's null. And then the inventory here, we want to do percent output tank has room in output slot ID does not equal 0. Okay. Percent output tank less than 100. has room in output. This, we don't need to call this. Yeah, we don't need to call this. This does a whole lot of math that we don't need to do. Well, no, I think we do. Because the slot has a capacity, the item it contains has water props, that items per liter. Yeah, there's no way around it. We still need this. So has room in output is the same call that we have in the base, right? Has room in output, but this one is just one extension. So has room in output, slot ID is 0. If not dist be dot has room in output of 0, null, return false. So for each extension, grab the block entity, look to see, does it have room in the output, which essentially is, right, if there's nothing in the slot, obviously it's not, obviously it will have room. So it should return true. Slot ID, yeah, percent output tank is less than 100. So it grabs the capacity in there. And if it's less than 100%, then it has room in the output. Now there could be a floating point possibility here because you're dealing with portions, right? And if you have a max stack size of 50 liters, that's 5,000 portions. So if you have 4,997 portions in there, just due to rounding issues, that's going to report as probably 100%. Most likely. So it's not perfect. But you don't want it to, because the next craft could overfill the slot. You could be trying to put in more fluid than the craft, than the slot holds. Like if it crafts 100 portions and there's only room for 5, what do you do with the extra portion? Right? This is why the function also allows you to put the stack, right? For stack. Which I need to add later, because if we include the stack, then we are explicitly needing, like, is this full with this stack? Like, this is the thing that goes in there. We need to specify that. So if that's not null, if has room in output, or if not has room in output, any extension full. This actually needs to return true. Because if it doesn't have room in output, the call is any extension full. That needs to return true, because the extension is full. If it gets through all of this, nothing is full, then it returns false, and the extension full is false. And then this, very similarly, has room in extension index. This needs to check a specific extension. So if the extensions, the first check there, I don't know why this did that, but the first check is, does it contain the key of the extension index, right? If it doesn't, return false, because there's no room in an extension that the key is wrong. So don't do anything. Other than that, we want to do the same thing we did up above, right? Any extension full. We just want to do BE MB distillation extension equals api.world.block_accessor.get block entity BEMB, and we want to do the extension positions of extension index, right? which is a block position. So we grab the block entity of this type at that position. Same thing. If dist be not equal null, if not dist be dot has room and output 0, null, return true. Oh, let's just do if has room and output. And now I'm gonna pass in the for stack into that function anyway. Might as well pass it on. We're checking for the stack. And then this is a special one because this is the local one. Has room and output for the base, but I include a little way of cheekily making it allow for slot IDs higher than what we should be able to support. So if slot ID is greater than 2, that you're trying to check extensions. And so we then pass on to has room and extension slot ID -2, which gives me the extension index. Which then returns, hey, do you have room in that extension? And again, if the extension doesn't exist, then we don't have room because the extension doesn't exist and something bad happens. So we need to debug that. Okay, so this basic code will essentially check that. Now, right now, we're not comparing. We're not actually comparing stack for stack. So let's say you were processing oil and you're done processing oil, but there's diesel left in the output, and then you put something else in. Like, you're trying to distill alcohol or something, and you put that in the distiller. Well, the thing has diesel in the output. The input is a different item. It's a different recipe. So the stack of the output changes. And so that logic is going to be a little bit crazier, I think. Because we're going to need if for stack equals null, do this. Right? Else. Right? Similarly, up here, has room and extension, which we call it down here. This automatically passes in the stack. Right? So the extensions version of this will have to be functionally the same. But we are going to need, this thing is complaining now because we added an if here. Because if for stack does not equal null, right, slot ID, if slot ID equals 0, that's the input. We don't care about that. If slot ID is greater than 2, that's an extension. We need to check that. Otherwise, if we're in here, slot ID is 1 or 2, which is the output, but for stack was given. So we need to look at and compare if slot ID equals 1. Percent output item. This is, I believe, if we look at inventory Slot is 0. 1 is item output. Okay. So slot ID 1, item output. Fluid output. God, I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. Has room and output. So item output for stack. So we need to compare if inventory of slot ID. Wow, what? Dot item stack does not equal for stack. Item stack dot collectible dot code does not equal for stack dot collectible dot code. If inventory of slot I dot empty, return true. That can be universal. Has room and output, slot ID, it says the slot is empty. Right, return true because it's empty. So obviously there's room. So if, how do I do the compare? Has room and output. The extruder yeah, there's a nasty amount of logic here. I don't know if there's a dot equals. I don't I don't want them. I just want a like. Are they the same? Are they the same thing? So if item stack.collectible.code equals for stack.collectible.code, else return false. Those different items, the items are not equal. So if inventory of slot ID dot item stack dot collectible, or no, item stack dot max collectible dot max stack size, yeah. Inventory of slot ID dot item stack dot stack size is equals. Okay, if inventory slot ID item stack dot stack size equals max stack size, return false. Why did it suddenly give me slot ID? Why did it give me the wrong slot ID variable? I don't even have one with an uppercase ID in here. Why did it just add that in there? My God, the IntelliSense has gone backwards. It's gone so far backwards when they started relying on AI. Whatever AI engine they added to Visual Studio to do IntelliSense, it's a giant step backwards in how usable it is. It's so bad. So inventory of slot ID dot item stack dot stack size. If the stack size equals the max stack size, right, it's full. Return false. And then fluid. The reason why fluid and item has to be separate is because there's we might not need it to be separate, right? Because the stack that's in there, we'll try it without it, right? We'll try it without it. Come on. All right, so we do this. If inventory slot ID dot empty, return true because that's has room in that slot ID. If the codes are not equal, if inventory slot ID dot collectible dot code equals the stack collectible.code, right? If it doesn't equal, return false because there's no room if the codes don't equal. If they are equal, check the stack sizes. Because this should technically be the portions. Because I'm not looking at the slot. I'm looking at the stacks in the slot, which are the portions. So I don't need to compare like capacity liters or anything like that and try to compare like, try to convert something like capacity liters to portions to blah, 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 blah. Like the way the fluids are in the game are frustrating, but I'm directly comparing stack, like item stack to item stack. I wish there was I don't know if there's a way. If I'm looking at this stack of items and I'm looking at this stack of items, an easy way to see if they are the same item other than looking at the code. Is the code the same? And I'm hoping that equality, the code equality, like it's a very basic, is the domain and the path the same? Right? Very simple. So registry object dot code, asset location. So if we look in asset location, search asset location. Okay. Dot code. Oh, it is. Okay. My brain got scrambled. The code is the asset location. So the equality here, op equality, left equals null, right equals null, left dot equals right. Okay, so we say dot equals, and we're comparing two asset locations, path and domain. Okay, yeah. I don't know what equals fast does. But it's just, hey, is the other thing, is the path and the domain equal between the two? So that's what I want to know. If we look at like collectible object, oh, I spelled it wrong. And we look at there's no equality. There's no op, anyway, of equality. There is an equals. Should return true if stacks are equal. Okay, this stack dot class. Oh, can I please put this in here without clicking on them? Okay. Attributes. This stack, other stack. Ignore attribute subtrees. Should return true if stacks are equal. I was hoping just to have a simple, like, is same item, right? Is this the same item or same object or whatever? There's no like same, let's see, is empty, is liquid, is reasonably fresh. I love reasonably fresh. Yeah, I'm not seeing sort of a generic, hey, are these two item stacks, are they just the same item? So yeah, we don't really have that. So comparing the codes, basically that's the next best thing. So with this, if we get through all of this, what we're essentially saying is none of these returned false. Because if any of these returned false, that means we ran into a problem. So return true at the end, we should cover that base. Like if the stack size equals max stack size, return false, right? We don't have room. This else is, hey, if the codes are not equal, right, to the stack, if the thing that's in the stack or slot is not equal to the thing we want to put in there, then we definitely don't have room because that's false, right? We We don't have room for something when there's already something else in there. If it's empty, we return true because obviously we have room if it's empty. But if we get through all of this and we don't have any problems, then return true because we have room. Because all these other things, and so we look into this then, and we kind of have to do this over here. Like that. If force stack equals null, then what is the output tank? Just whatever that is. If force stack is not null, then we need to do this check just like we did before. Same thing. Slot ID should always be 0, so this doesn't really matter, but it is what it is. And then again, we return true after that. Right? So that covers the base. That covers the do we have room in the output sort of check. Got rid of those to-do. I like getting rid of the to-dos, right? The more of those we can polish, the better. So the now what we have left is the gnarliest bit, because now we have the recipe is done, the craft is finished. We have to figure out what our outputs are, because we did the have room, right? We are like, hey, is there room? And what I need to do in the to-do list, I need to add a to-do, unfortunately. I didn't want to. Where's my recipe stuff? That's machine state. That's the tree attributes. Where is my recipe on SimTick? Recipe stuff. Find matching recipe. We need to do check output slots to ensure recipe output has space available. So I don't know. Usually, if the slots are full, we might not want to here. If the slots are full, it usually just stops. It doesn't like it. The recipe is there. It finds the recipe, right? But I need to double verify, right? The craft is done. So the generic has room in output. The recipe is set. We craft all the way up. Once recipe progress equals 1, it'll just sit here. Craft cycle completed. So we have number of outputs. How do we control if we look at a recipe, are these going to load in a consistent way? Right? If we put the item output first, are these going to load in perfect every time? Right? So diesel portion is always the first fluid, right? Index 1. Is that always going to be the case? Um, how can I... The problem is with the recipes, if they do load in perfect every time, right? And you have index of 0 is this, index of 1 is this, index of 2, index of 3, blah, 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 blah. That would make the extensions really easy to do. The problem is if they're not reliable, if it's not reliable, or alternatively, if a person comes in and edits or changes or rebalances and gets all of the outputs completely out of order, right? If diesel portion is not always output in the first in the first thing, that would be a problem. So the object that these outputs become, or the object that's used to load them in, is my recipe variable output object. So this is the thing that actually essentially loads it in, right? Variable liters, 2 bytes, variable liters. And then it's a relatively simple thing, variable resolve. This is the thing that actually gives you the variable outputs. and then variable and liters. So what I could do is introduce a new tag in here, right? Because the base, we're basing this on JSON item stack. What I could do is add some sort of value in here. I just want to ensure the diesel portion, no matter where it appears in this file, that it's always mapped to the right index, right? The right output object. Because it will likely be useful for future machines, right? Refinery. The giant chemical plant for cracking and other processing, which is going to be an enormous structure. Probably one of the most expensive in MV tier. Probably the most expensive thing in MV tier is going to be the thing that cracks other products to other products, or in general refinery. So what do I think generically? What could I name this? So what I could do, maybe slot map slot num slot ID. Because if I do that, like if I add something, so variable 1 slot ID 0. One, 2. To map outputs to specific inventory slot IDs. Okay. Come up here. From bytes. Let's go to 2 bytes first. Writer.write slot ID does not equal null. if right, so slot ID is technically a nullable form, right? So it could be null. So that's where the dot value comes in. It's kind of like if slot ID is not null, then dot value will exist, but it could be null. So that's what the question mark does down when I do this. So you have to use the value as a dot value. Because if it's null, that means it's not present in the recipe definition, and I want to ignore it. Right? Don't write anything down. So if reader.read boolean, then slot ID equals reader.readInt32. So it's going to write a boolean whether slot ID exists. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't try to read something that doesn't exist. So it should be fine. So this slot ID, this actually is 1 and 2, and 1, 2, and 3. To be very, very specific. Because this distillation, slot ID 0 is the input. So I don't want to set these wrong. So this is like very, very specific, and I can tweak the other recipes, right? Because this would be very helpful on some of the other recipes that I have in the mod. So output.slotID equals this .slotID. Okay. Variable resolve leaders world accessor resolver. Yeah. Variable resolve is just, hey, give me a variable amount of gubbins. If the leaders to encode an output to a set inventory slot ID. Yeah. Use slot ID to encode an output to a set inventory slot ID. So like diesel portion is always slot 2, right? So then in the recipe, this really doesn't affect, resolving, checking to see what matches, all of that. All this does is encode that value to say, all right, this output should only go to this slot ID. rather than try, because there is a huge amount of code, right, that needs to go into it. If I'm just saying, I'm just YOLOing it and going, hey, here's all the outputs, you figure out which slots they go in, right? I don't want to do that. Like, that is, I all of my machines thus far have done that, and it's a monstrous amount of code, and it's extremely error prone, right? It's very error prone because it's like, people are reporting like the machine crafting and spitting the items out because a certain slot is full and it's just like there's so much logic that has to go into it. If it's just like, hey, just arbitrarily fill up item slots willy-nilly, and it's like, when you have multiple outputs, when a machine has multiple outputs, it's very, very sensitive to the amount of logic you need to do in order to determine which slots are full, which slots have which items, how do you add to a stack. It's just, the logic is just nightmarish. So once I get this working, I can go back to, like the log splitter or the sawmill or whatever, things that have multiple outputs, and rebind some of those machines to very, very specific slot IDs. So with this machine, we know there are slot IDs. So let's see. So the recipe is completed. What I might want to do is start putting the call to craft in the recipe. I think I've tried to do that here. Not universally. There it is. Try craft now. So the try craft now attempt is to say, hey, rather than have the machine do all the logic, just pass into the recipe the slots, and the recipe handles the logic. The trouble is the slots for this are going to be in other block entities. The extensions are themselves their own block entities. So, oh man, input slots, that'll be one slot. So let's just recipe distillation tower. Right, should be in liquid solvent matches. Doesn't really matter. Let's do here. Public bool try craft. Stop suggesting shit that you don't know what's going on. So let me float this just so I have something to look at. iCore API. Okay, so now how do we want to do the output slots. Let's for now just do item slot output. So remember, we are in the recipe, right? Right. The instance that we're in, whatever recipe we are in, we know the ingredients, we know the number of outputs, we know all of that stuff. The scope of what we're looking at, we know that we are in the recipe. Each recipe is going to have its own version of this. So the version of this recipe, we know exactly what we need. So if outputs dot length equals 0, or outputs dot length is less than outputs dot length, return false. I probably want to do outputs slots. Because outputs with a capital O is the ingredients, and I want to make sure I'm not confusing myself. If input dot empty or input dot item stack dot collectible dot code does not equal input what? Or is it ingredient? Yeah, it's ingredients. Ingredients of 0 dot resolved item stack dot collectible dot code, return false. We only ever have one ingredient, but the way that these recipes are defined, it allows for more than one, but you should only ever have one, right? There's only one input slot in the machine. So distillation tower, one input. So ingredients of 0 should be fine. Now, if this is null, that would be a problem. I don't think I can do this. Oh, I can. Can I do this? I doubt it. Oh, I can. Excellent. So if input slot is empty, this OR doesn't check this. Input slot empty, if this is true, it bounces in and returns false. Right? Because of the OR. So if input does not equal, if input is not empty, then it checks this. So item stack won't be null. So it should never crash. At least on this. This, not so much. Like ingredients of 0, resolved. So if the ingredient is not resolved, that's a problem. That's a big problem. So we have Output slots dot length is less than outputs dot length. I'm wondering, like, what I want to really make sure that the indexes of that output slots is spot on. I really need to make sure, right? Because we are indexing. What am I looking at? This is what I wanted to look at. This is what we're paying attention to. What I should just do is pass it. I should just pass it the inventory rather than trying to like individualize the slots. Because if I just passed it the inventory, you know, all the slot IDs, I would just have to create a new inventory, right? A temporary inventory, and just apply the slots, just ensure the slots are mapped properly. But as long as I make an array and I assign the slots, I just need to. God, why do I keep? I need to close. I don't know why I keep opening that when I want to click on this. Like, what's the best way to do this? Like, slot ID 1 is the slot of the output, but it's the first output, right? Output 1, output 2, output 3. But if there's more than one input, slot ID, let's say there's 3 inputs, right? The fourth slot would be the first output. So that would be slot ID of 3, which is, you know, it's 0 based. So it's slot ID 3 is the fourth output. So the first output here would be slot ID 3. 3, 4, 5, etc. But 3 would be the first output. So what I would have to do is scale. Either I scale the slot ID to the number, right? Either I scale it or I set in here slot ID equals 0, which is it's the first output. It's not the slot, right? It's just ensuring instead of calling it a slot ID, I don't know what the best way to do that, or at least the least confusing way to do that. Because if I changed it from the slot ID, I would have to figure out a way to scale that and dial it down some arbitrary amount with basically whatever number of inputs there are, right? Which I could do. I could just say, hey, the number of inputs, you take 0 plus the number of inputs. Or slot ID minus the number of inputs. That would probably be the best way to do it. Right? Slot ID minus the input number. So, or the number of ingredients, right? Ingredients. So, the slot ID the output slots. So int output yeah. Slot scale equals ingredients.length. Right? So if we have one ingredient, the slot ID of 1 for the output. If we have one ingredient, the slot ID minus is 1, which maps to the output slot index. Okay. So if slot ID exists in the output, reduce by this number for index into output slots. If slot ID exists in the output, reduce by this number for index into the output slots. Okay? So, we want for int o equals 0, o is less than outputs dot length o plus plus plus. We want to output int o equals 0. So we're just indexing through the outputs. So let's see. Item stack out made stack equals output, come on, outputs of O dot resolved item stack dot clone. Okay. Made stack dot stack size equals outputs of O dot variable resolve API dot world okay. So the variable resolve if it's -1, there's an error. Main output, outputs.resolved.itemstack.clone. I'm looking at my code here, and I'm wondering why. The resolved item stack. Let's just look at them. Let's look at here. Okay, new stack. If leaders is not equal to null, let's ignore that. Resolved item stack does not equal null, and variable does not equal null, and variable.value does not equal 0. New stack, okay, just grabs it, it just makes a new stack. And returns that. But if resolved item stack is not equal to null and variable equals null, okay, then return stack size. Good. And then it's -1 if there's an error. So if there is an error with this will be -1 in this moment. Right? So if made stack dot stack size equals -1, return false. Right? It's errored. Now I'm looking at the blast furnace example of this, and obviously there are a myriad of little teeny differences, but the blast furnace has more than one input. So there's a bunch of code in there regarding like how do you pair the inputs, how do you manage all of that. Whereas this is just one input, right? There's one ingredient. And so I'm just trying to figure out what I need and what I don't. Because there's a whole thing here that's like, hey, you want to take out the ingredient. I think we want to do that after we do all the outputs, because if any of those error, we don't want to just void. Like if we remove the input, but then one of the outputs errors, well, we've removed the input, the output didn't take. It's unfortunate, but it's like, oops. So we want to do the input dot take out and then ingredients of 0 dot stack size. Quantity. Yeah, quantity. Or liters. How do we... Crafting recipe ingredient, not quantity. Crafting recipe ingredient. Is quantity generic? Let's look at my mixer. I don't think I have a try craft on this, but we can check. Oh, we do. Barrel recipe ingredient matched. I think this is going to require a little more thinking because yeah, barrel recipe ingredient. And if I look at, I think the distillation tower, because the barrel recipe, this is the thing that has the liters tag. I'm looking at yeah, a lot of the mixer stuff I'm gonna really want to redo to map the slot IDs and stuff because right now it's just like it just throws everything at the wall and it has to figure out like is this ingredient for the tank? Is this ingredient for the item output? Is this like it's not really efficient because it has to do a ton of code to figure out which slot it goes in, and I'm like, I shouldn't do that. I should be able to actually control that, but take out value consume quantity. Okay. So I go in here, dot consume quantity dot value. Maybe. If we look at mixer, holy Lord, liters. Let's look at a different. Quantity. Yeah. These are not fluids. Strong tannin. Water portion liters. I'm hoping I was trying to avoid it, but I think I have to look up. I just closed this too. It's so funny how often that happens. Come on. Not a lot of stuff. Barrel recipe ingredient. Quantity. Consume quantity. Consume liters. Why are these all the different? Why is consume quantity and consume liter, why are they different? Right? Why are they different? Consume liters, consume quantity. Why separate these? Liters. So consume liters is different than liters. What do I do with the actual? I do a consume quantity, but I don't specify that tag in the JSON. Right? It's just liters. So where's the resolve for this? Barrel recipe. Resolve. Right? Consume quantity. Ingredient I consume quantity. Consume liters. There we go. Consume quantity does not equal null. Consume quantity. Or null. So, consume liters is set if consume quantity is set ingredient.liters is ingredient.quantity. Okay. So I just need to set it to liters. Yeah. It's so bizarre. Float. Wait, this is... Okay. Let's not change the mixer right now. Probably not a good idea. Go to here. Ingredients dot liters. Because quantity, liters is set to quantity. If liters is less than 0 or ingredient.quantity equals items per liter. Ah, yes. Quantity is what I want to do. God, delete. Dot quantity. Right? If liters is less than 0, but liters is not, quantity is greater than 0. If that's false, ingredient.liters equals 1. If liters is greater than 0, but quantity equals 0, liters equals 1? Why would it hard code if liters is greater than, or no, if liters is less than 0? Okay. Which isn't the case. So this would be items per liter times liters is quantity. Consume liters Ingredients that consume liters is not equal to null. Consume quantity equals item per liter. Okay. Yeah, this is the code to the game. This is why I use DNSpy with the game. I don't go to the website. I don't go to GitHub and do that because it's very hard to navigate the code, right? In here I can analyze stuff. Like I can go here and analyze and say, "Hey, this value, what reads this value?" And it searches the entire system, the code base of the game, and it says, "Hey, here's all the places this value is used." Right? And I can just go there and it's like, hey, there it is. Right? Very, 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 very nice feature. Or a nice app for navigating the code. Right? The source code is there, and there are times when I go to it because the DNSpy like decompiles the code. And it's not perfect. It sometimes it gets something off. And so if I really need a nitty-gritty, like if the code does not look perfect, or if I can tell the decompiler did some weird funky stuff, then I find it in the GitHub. But to learn how the game operates, DNSpy is absolutely essential because you just load the DLL and then you can see like how everything references everything, right? You can follow and analyze, things that like used by, assigned by, like what assigns the consumed quantity. Well, there's a lot of stuff that's assigned. The resolve assigns it, get output size assigns it. Like there's a lot of stuff in there that does it. So it is very, very handy to use. I highly recommend if you're getting into coding or modding in general. Any game, like Unity-based game, any game that's built in the .NET framework, I have used DNSpy to mod it. Like it's a fundamental tool in my toolbox. Okay, so we have the input that we take out for this craft. Remember, it's a single craft heartbeat. It's just like craft this thing. So we resolve the stack size of the output. We variable resolve it if we have to. If the stack size is -1, something really bad happened. Right? So the resolved item stack, if outputs of O dot resolved item stack equals null, outputs of O dot resolve API dot world distillation trycraft. Just in case, if the resolved item stack hasn't been processed yet, on the off chance, then try to resolve it. If outputs of O dot resolved item stack still equals null, return false. Right? If it's null, try to resolve it. If it's still null, like something catastrophic happened, there's nothing that we can, there's no object that we can actually create because there's something weird going on, then return false because it's just bad. Something bad. We cannot come in here and clone it or set a stack size. We cannot do that if the resolved item stack is false or is null. We just can't. Yeah, I'm glad I could help. I love helping people learn how to mod. This is why the channel exists. So modding questions, and, anything like that in general, let me know. Okay, so I made stack size. So now we have the thing. So now we need to do output slots of and this is specific to the tower, outputs of O dot slot ID minus slot scale dot try or merge. Output slots dot item stack. Take out, mark dirty, output slots. So we take output slots. We have to see if output slots. Let's do this and then do int slot index equals that. If output slots of slot index dot empty, then output slots of slot index dot item stack equals made stack dot clone. No, fuck. Dot clone. I've literally never done the class. Functions that I've literally never called in this entire mod should not be the first thing that IntelliSense offers me. It just shouldn't. I know it's first in the alphabetical thing, but, it is what it is. Like, it should not be the first thing that's offered. It just shouldn't. It should look at stuff that I've done, and especially files that I have open, and say, hey, this is what he did there. You might want to do the same thing. But no, it doesn't do that at all. Output slots of slot index dot item stack dot stack size plus equals made stack dot stack size. Right? So I'm iterating through the outputs of the recipe, grabbing that, and that output of the recipe is mapped to a slot ID, which then I use to index into the output slots array that's passed in. Right? So it doesn't matter what order I process the outputs. 0, 1, 2, 3. I'm not using O, right? I'm not using the index of the array of the outputs. I'm using that slot ID because I don't know if the outputs, if that array is in the same order every time, very consistently. Item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. If the game can order those in any order at any time, that's why I have that slot ID, which I scale down based on the number of ingredients. I want to get the object, I want to get this able to be basically copy and pasted into other machines with minimal shenanigans. right? Which is why I design things to be as sort of extendable as possible and generically apply, right? Now, if slot ID does not exist, so slot index outputs of O dot slot ID equals does not equal null, question mark. So if slot ID is not null, give it the slot value. Oh, Jesus. Give it slot value minus slot scale. Otherwise, 0. Don't scale it. Right? If slot ID does not exist, then slot index will be not 0. How about O? Right? I don't want everything to go in the 0 slot. That would be a bad idea. If slot ID exists, then slot ID minus slot scale, which is the number of ingredients again. So you take slot ID of 1 minus 1 ingredient, which gives you 0. But if slot ID does not exist, then use O, which is just the index into the outputs. And just YOLO the slots. Like, just hope to God. Hope to God the slots are in the right order. Okay. And then, when you're finally done, we take output slots of O, or slot index, dot mark dirty. We mark that slot dirty, which causes the system to say, hey, we did a thing. We take out from the input. So this does not check at all that there's space for these ingredients in the slots. Right? This is the risk of the variable slots that you run into. So input.takeout, and then we turn true. And that effectively crafts a single pulse of the recipe. With a little bit of error checking for null, like there is sanity checks in here because it would be ridiculous not to do that, especially with resolved item stacks and how that works. Yeah. All right. Well, that is going to have to do it for today, everybody. We've been going for a while, 5 hours. I think that's pretty good for one day. We've come quite a ways. We're not quite ready to like craft stuff right now with this. There's a little bit of stuff that has to go on. I do want to create the recipe, the schematic to build the multi-block, right? I still have to do that to build the thing. But I need it to be built in the game. I need to be able to place it and then build the schematic side by side so I get a good idea of what I need. That it's just so much easier to build it when I can look right at it, right next to me, and be like, all right, here's the schematic. It's just so much easier. So I wanted to get more done today, but yeah, we ran into a few tangents of like recipes and stuff that I needed to fill in. And a couple other shenanigans that I ran into, especially with the slot IDs and how all that stuff is mapped. So I hope, anybody out there, if you learned something, please hit that like button. subscribe if you're new. If if you want more of this, if you want to help and encourage and support the project or any of the mods that I work on, please consider being a patron and supporting that way. The more support I have on that side, the less I have to look for a job. So, it is what it is. So, anyway, I thank everybody for coming by. Have a great rest of the week. Stay warm. And yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.